Alright. Let's do this. When was the last time I played Phoenix Wright? Let me see. I can just check here. Playlist. Damn, I still can't believe 26 VODs of the first Ace Attorney trilogy. That's still insane to me. Finale 3 weeks ago? May 16th? Oh, almost a month ago. And now we continue with Apollo Justice. I got it ready. Here we go. Oh. Hold on. What the hell? Ah, man, why is it fucked up? Specific window, Ace Attorney. It should show. There we go. What? It's perfect. Dude, it's fucked up for me. You guys can see it perfectly fine, though. Okay. I can only see half the screen. Oh, here we go. There we go. That was good now. Can I still just... God damn, it's loud. I think right there's good. Can I still do, like, my mouse click spam? Like, I don't think I've... I should click around, I think, right? 'Cause I never used my keyboard at all. Rotate evidence. Well, hopefully I could just keep spam clicking everything. Reader? Oh, look at that. Consult? Not available in DD? Okay, hold on. What games are in Apollo Justice? So then now, when I see abbreviations, I exactly know what's going on. Okay, DD is number 2, SOJ is 3. Okay. So, that's only available on the second and third game. Vibration on, well, screen flashes, subtitles, text skip? Oh, I know what that means. Ooh. I think we'll go medium. Wait time? Adjust the length of time displayed in autoplay? Oh, I don't autoplay, I just click. Why would you have this as an optional thing? Like, if you want to hide it, you should just be able to press it. Alright, we're good now. Hey, Glitch, how you doing? God damn, there's 6 episodes in this? Oh, wait, this is the DLC. SP, I think. Oh, shit. Hold on. My dogs are angry at each other. And this one has 6 as well? Holy shit. Alright. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't want any spoilers. Set music background? Wait, what? That's kind of cool. Options. Oh. Alright. Let's start this. Turnabout Trump? Ooh, he's playing poker. Showdown time. King. Ooh, 3 of a kind? Full house? Is this Fortnite too? Yeah. You lose. Oh yeah, full house beats 3 of a kind. Eek. Ooh. Someone murdered someone over a poker game? True, brother. I do the same thing. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Oh? I recognize this room. April 20th. Wait, isn't that just 420? District Court. Dude, that pop-up scared me. I thought that was a spider on my screen. Defendant lobby number 3. Panicked. Palm sweaty. I can admit it, I'm nervous. You might be Eminem. Good morning. Whoa. Okay, good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Christoph. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No. I'm loose. Brother, don't say that. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, huh? I'm fine. I got up 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. Sus. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney, and today's my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, and of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Surely, right? Nah, you look at him, he did it. He did it. Whoa! Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So you're, fine. I'm fine. Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why... You'll see. You can do it. Be the other guy's probably, like, the actual villain. I'm really sorry this happened to you. It's time. Shall we? Yes, sir. The other guy's involved, for sure. Christoph. Okay, I need to focus. First trial, here comes Justice. Mr. Justice. 4:20, 10 a.m. District Court. Oh, it's loud in there. This guy's back. The court is now in session. Holy fuck, what is wrong with him now?
And prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is, fine. Ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial. Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes, and my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice, but to entrust his case to this green horde, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine, but does he have cords of steel? True. Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is surely an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright? Let's put the... Wait, what? Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Huh? That's him?
No, it's not.
Mr. Wright, how could this happen? I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges. Mr. Payne?
To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains.
Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. See, he just lost his hair.
The crime occurred at the
Borscht... Is that how you pronounce it? Borscht Old Club. Oh, I didn't even read the other part.
The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham! On the head. Smack! Killed him cold.
A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was...
A pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright, a pianist?
This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Alright. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. Oh, I do it all the time. Ooh, that was kind of clean. Wait, hold on. Ooh. I like that. Time of death was around 2 a.m. What the fuck are they doing at 2 a.m. at the club? 3 days ago. Death caused by a single blow. Here's the photo. Chips. Nothing too crazy here, I think. Although the glass bottle isn't shattered, though. I think that's the weird part here. Single blow to the forehead. There's a you would think this bottle would shatter. I don't like the sound effects. Is it me? Or it just sounds... It sounds weird. It sounds a bit off. Phoenix Wright. I don't believe that's Phoenix Wright. Shady Smith. I wonder if there's a mod that fixes it. The court record. Right, I've heard of that. I'm not pressing my keyboard. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right, just use, stuff. And stuff. So the victim was a customer at this restaurant. Apologistus? Yep. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow?
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant.
That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at Borscht Old Club on the night of the crime. If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing. That doesn't appear to have been the case, sir. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in of itself.
Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again?
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present. And impress women.
That will be our first order of business here, then. Holy globe, true. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. This guy's Phoenix Wright, quote-unquote Phoenix Wright. Why does he have Papa? Really? Dude, this is not the Phoenix Wright I know. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure.
This is it, my first trial. Here goes nothing.
I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. Well, no shit. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. And that's it. A pianist who can't play piano.
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination.
Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it.
Are you alright? You're sweating bullets.
Bullets? Where?
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. Bro lost all his aura, it's tragic, yep.
My brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher?
What to do? Should I... can I say no?
No thanks. We don't need that.
No need for help here, sir. I think I've got this one covered.
I think you better do more than think. You know it, or you don't.
I'm fine. The cords of steel are ready for battle. My weapons, press, and present.
Find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Why can't I say that word? Inconsistencies. Bro, dude, it's too early in the morning.
Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright. As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it.
The defense may begin the cross-examination. Oh, that's cool. That's like a Persona poppin'. Fuck, 5 bars of HP, dude! Okay, so we'll press. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. You can hardly play. Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want.
Is that supposed to be a boast just now?
The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? My real job is to take on interested customers over at a poker table.
They pay you just to play poker?
That would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all.
Bah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hardworking member of society like me to imagine.
Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room, and I've never lost once. What? You see why customers come now. Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw.
fuck does that mean? Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. But black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I see. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. Makes sense. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene, painted blue. By a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other was blue. That makes sense. I was gonna say, you should have 2 different colored decks, if that's the case. As I recall in poker, you make 5 card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. Like you threw hands? This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room that very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claimed no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like made... My God. Oh my... I need... Hold on. My dog, like, bumped into, like, my fan next to me, and then it fell on the ground right next to my foot. Namely, your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to... Wait. Right, there's something I'd like to make clear, namely your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear from you. Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will never say... But wait, I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. That is true. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now what was it? When you figure it out, I'd suggest presenting evidence. evidence that contradicts the testimony. A contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony, but why? I better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in the testimony. Isn't it too early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Right, I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again. Alright, so based off what I have, we have... I mean, I guess the bottle... So the problem I have... I mean, okay, look, this is a tutorial, so I guess this is kind of obvious, I guess. So the autopsy was a blunt trauma to the forehead, right? So the guy just got bashed on the head. And so I guess people assumed that it was the bottle because, I mean, the bottle's right there. But I'd imagine if you hit someone with a bottle, the bottle should shatter, but yet it's perfectly fine. There's also, well, I mean, I guess there's no blood, right? Cerebral hemorrhaging, which, what is that, like internal bleeding? So I guess there'd be no blood, but like, I would imagine the bottle should be shattered. But what the fuck is this? Oh, nice. The bottle's completely empty. Nice. Wait, this is from Emma Sky case. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. If I put this in another game, nice. Yeah, I liked this feature in that case. Well, I think there's nothing else. Can I do the same thing with photos? No? Okay. Let me double check. And then that. Okay, so I guess like objects, you can go around and like look at it. Except when it was with that vase. The worst part about that, I think like all like the 3D stuff in that case was really cool, except for lining up the vase to make it look like the blue badger. That was like that was so bad. So I think the margin of error was so small, you had to make it perfect. Living the dream, yeah. Dude, I wonder if there's a mod where I can fix it. Like the sound effects, it sounds off. Or is that just me? It just sounds off. I wonder if there's a mod that can, like, clean it up a little bit. Alright, so... I guess the contradiction, he said, I never touched the murder weapon. In what? So, like, when I swap between... Like that, like that sound effect, it just sounds weird. It sounds like... slightly off, probably like the wrong pitch, I think. But I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but I don't know. It just sounds kind of weird. Alright, so he says he never touched the murder weapon, but the bottle here has his weapon. And objection! I get cake. That's it. For having yes, my first. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle, right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excessive yelling can damage the judge's ears, and our case... But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove... Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Okay. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there can be only one reason for that.
Swinging it.
Yes! Yes, to brain someone with the bottle.
Look at that face.
Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for worse.
Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what would that might be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still that...
Really?
Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
So, Phoenix Wright's phone, yeah.
Wait, near the scene? Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we?
We get a map. I love maps.
The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see, and this is the phone that made the call. So that's his phone. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative.
Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this.
I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question, and how indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. Ooh, there was another guy.
You're as good as they say you are.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean that they witnessed the crime. Everything up until now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand.
The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Don't tell me you're gonna simp for another girl, Mr. Judge. Love the art style in this game? Yeah, I agree. It actually looks nice. Where's the witness?
I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns.
Those are horns? I'm pretty sure this guy's trying to look like this. No, not like Steel Sam. No, he's looking like a Gundam character. That's what it is.
So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people.
Have no fear. If any horns pointed in your directions, this court will cut them off.
Are you sure?
I swear to on my gavel. Please come out.
Isn't violence against
Hair a crime, Your Honor?
Well, if you're sure it is okay.
You tell me she's the killer? No way. Now, the prosecution... wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia? The fuck does that mean? Paraphernalia. Refers to equipment, apparatus, or miscellaneous personal items. Oh, just like a thingy that you hold around, okay.
Yes. She's a professional... Oh, she is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
What would that be? That's my question.
My name is Olga Orley. I'm employed as a waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant.
Wait, so Phoenix Wright and this girl work together? Then why the camera?
Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how is it said, other service.
I take it one of those other services taking the customer's pictures.
Da-da! Like this one, for example. Ooh, a colored photo. Borscht is a Ukrainian dish, popular in Slavic countries. Ah. Wait, I can't even spell it. Hold on. Ew. Oh, why does it look like blood? I think I know why they picked this dish. Like this one, for example. It's stew, man? Are they supposed to be, like, deep red like that? That's the defendant? Indeed. On the night of the murder, man in white hat is one who gone kaput. Indeed. That is the victim. Order, order. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is the same as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers casually. Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Wait, I should look at the phone too. Let's take a little yawn. Whoa, what is this? Why is this taped up? Wow, the battery's being held in with a piece of tape. You should just buy a new one. True. Maybe he can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. Hey, Doggum, how you doing? That's it. He's homeless, man. I can't believe he's still broke. Alright, so what's anything weird with this? So he's got some crates of bottles here. He's next to a piano. This is probably on the first floor, if he's on the piano. Half-eaten food. Hat, wearing sandals, shoe. I mean, I guess the only thing I could see is that there's just a bottle crate here. How does it look different from here, though? Okay, what is he wearing? That's in this. So this is before he died, obviously. Wearing a hat, beard, stuff in his pocket, wearing a necklace. He lost his necklace. Maybe. Not much. Probably need something else. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room, the hideout we call it. Excuse me? The hideout? It is room where famous gangster bad guy bad guy was arrested. Is room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise, it is lovely. I will post by courtroom door later for you. That photo will be numbered, and you will write which one you want copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. Phoenix Wright, Shady Guy, and her. The victim, Shady Smith. Wait, what? Oh wait, yeah. And her. Our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means she's a killer. But there is a window, so there could be a 4th guy, to be fair. Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events. Wait, do I have the map as a... Oh, I didn't even get the map. A Russian waitress. 21. That night, customer asked me to deal card for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Wait, I should probably... Nah, my Russian accent's pretty bad, actually. I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to embarrass myself. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. The victim he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Oh, wait. Here we go. We're talking about the necklace. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death.
So the man Phoenix Wright? Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose, true. Justice, maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection.
But he hadn't lost in 7 years, why would he lose today? Take it from me, kid, it happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as a prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here.
Oh, here we go. Full house against another full house. Oh, I see. Yeah, that full house is better. Well, can we look at the back of the cards? So it's supposed to be blue, right? So, fuck. Too bad you can't even see the colors. Should he got more chips too? Oh yeah, true. He like, I guess he put. No, you have all your chips on the table, so he was gonna. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. There's not even supposed to be any chips, right? Well, I guess they could have chips, but they don't mean like real money. Just tokens, just for the sake of tokens, I guess.
These are poker chips, as they lay the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant.
Purchase in-game points, yeah.
Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say?
I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is war. Oh, that poker is war. Your hand is your... Do we really need to know all this? We all know what poker is.
I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Yeah. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. I want to know if she has another photo of this. I kind of want to see the color. So obviously, like, it's the blue cards that were being played, but were all of these cards blue? So I'm trying to see, like, maybe someone cheated, and if someone did cheat, who cheated? Because I mean, like, part of me thinks Phoenix Wright cheated. We'll see.
That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats.
Oh wait. Hold on. I forgot where we're pressing.
You were dealing cards. Do you do this often? I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht cards, or borscht. It is my work.
It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service.
Welcome to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses.
What?
Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. Both players played with hats on.
Hold it!
It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Raja.
No way I am going there.
When it comes to a hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, The victim he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck.
His locket.
I believe it was good luck charm, He gripped it many times as he played that night.
Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not Elon Musk's rocket. Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what... It's considered bad form to poke fun at the heart of hearing in our society.
hard of hearing or hard of understanding.
So what happened next?
Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened.
Hold it!
Something terrible? The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry, I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing.
Now, Mr. Orley, can you tell us what happened?
Oh, I was frightened. I trembled with fear.
That's it?
That man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death.
Hold it!
So who's that man? But the defendant would never do such a thing. Can we ask who that man? Like, clarification on the man.
Eek!
Well, now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker?
Perhaps it is because defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Go ahead, I believe you know what is you need to do.
Right, sir, leave it to me.
There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly. By man, they mean defendant? Yeah, but you know. I don't want her, like, beating around the bush or whatever. If she's gonna say that man, she's gotta say Phoenix Wright did it. I know who she's referring to. But I need her to actually say it. Alright, so, of all the things I have, it would have to be something with the pendant. He plays the whole time with his hand on his locket. But the problem is, he's not wearing it anymore. Is it this photo? Other photo. He's not wearing it anymore. And this is a weird thing to state on your testimony. I would say, of all the things you paid attention to, you're like, oh yeah, and then also he was like twirling his hands around like his like necklace or whatever, the necklace that I want. Yeah, fucking right. I got you now.
Objection!
Oh, maybe not. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. Well, that was a nice try. Oopsies. Oopsie poopies. Man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death. Wait, but... didn't he get bashed in the head? You're not technically wrong, but you're getting ahead of yourself? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he got bashed in the head. He didn't get strangled.
Objection!
What the hell? Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Mr. Orley, really now, did you witness the crime? Whoa, wait, that was really good. She might be Spider-Man. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor.
Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. And it's bleeding. And there's no blood on the bottle. Or, like, it looks hard enough where the bottle should be shattered.
But I have seen it happen.
The defendant, he lunged at the victim, his neck. Oh, really, Mr. Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead, let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. That night, customer... After defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle.
Hold it!
You didn't say anything about hitting before. So sorry, I must be forgetting this, duh. Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind, and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely. So he strangled him, then hit him. Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir, leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly. And then he hit him with bottle. A bottle is definitely not used. That is a crazy hit. The bottle should be shattered. So do I just present this photo? Like, I'm not... Like, you would think there would be, like, marks on this. And I was just given this photo. So I probably do have to use that new photo somewhere. That night, customer asked for the deal with cards. Both players played with hats on. Wait. Well, I guess you could always just lift their hats off and then you hit them. I guess. Victim, he plays whole time, hand on locket at his neck. Last hand is done. Hit him with bottle.
Hold it!
Probably nothing there.
Hold it!
Oh, then they talk about a rocket.
Hold it!
Try the locket again? It would be right here. And this is where I would present this, though? Whole time he played. And if this doesn't work, I probably have to do something... In fact, either the bottle... Yeah, we'll see what this is.
Objection!
Okay, nice. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? So I present it without having... Okay. Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on his locket at his neck. I believe that's what she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar.
No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we were to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean the defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all? He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But why would he take it off, though? Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say. Yes? I just noticed this, but you have something... Oh my god. You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? You mean this? What even is that? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter? Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? He confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So Mr. Wright has a locket too. Why don't I buy this just a coincidence? So he was trying to get his locket back. Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder... We're going into action after Ace Attorney 3? Yeah, I think I'm a criminal. He's like, yeah, I'm tired of being a defense attorney. let me bang some chicks and start some crimes. Perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly. Well, someone cheated, probably. I wouldn't say badly, that's pretty close. She was dealing cards, too. Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. Defendant, so all in. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Well, I thought it was strangling first. So now the order of events have changed. Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. So small chips, big chips, yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. And then they went all in.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
How many times have I heard these words? I've done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now a common tale, but true. I don't know why it auto-clicked. Methinks the judge watches way too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. The game began with 3,500. I just don't see how it could be wrong. I mean, the only way I can think is that, I mean, she dealt the cards. Someone cheated. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began 3,500 points, then the total would be 7k. Exactly 6. No, 7,000. Dude, this is the judge? Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. House chips come in two sizes, small and large.
Hold it!
How much each? Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Of course. Interesting.
There might be some on the floor. Interesting. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Yes. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained? How much each chip, actually? The size. Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Not a motorcycle cop. Not a... Shut up. Thanks, dude. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something else. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars? Or rubles, even? Niet. As I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Two type of chips. 100, 1,000. Alright? So, 1,001... Wait, there's way too many chips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5, 6. That's 10,600. Am I stupid? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like doubled. Wait, what? So there were special rules being played or being used. It is not money, da. Justice. Sir, don't you find her comment interesting? Yeah. Maybe the order is wrong? Wait, what do you mean order? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add her testimony? Yes. About the chip count. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I know where this is going. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Your Honor. One kind of chips is worth 100, the other kind's 1K. 2 kinds in all.
Hold it!
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We're not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. I'd better think of something to ask. And quick. The 2 types of chips. The small ones are 100, and the big ones 1K, right? Of course. Or is the other way around? Oh, I mean, is the red one 100? Oh, I see. That's a weird way to do it, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2... Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. So, this is 4K. And he only has 3K. Oh. And he went all in. Fuck, that's so weird. Don't waste our time. Is that all? Yeah. Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten, after all. Calculation. Yeah, I just did that. The one who was winning, it was victim. But that's not the case.
Hold it!
You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing. It must have been unlucky for him. I'm glad I did not take other picture of him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to the victim's side of the table. So you're telling us it was a one-sided game. One-sided. And for last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose.
Hold it!
That's the contradiction? Yeah. But I'm gonna press everything first, though. Last hand. It was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. Yeah, full house on both. That is truly an excellent hand, however, so is the victim's. One with higher number wins, so defendant lost. The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next. Once card laid down on table, it happened. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table. Look, and then this is like a whole different thing. Because now she's changing the order of events.
Hold it!
Whatever. We're not gonna really focus on this, though.
And what happened next? Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble, duh. I did not believe such thing would happen. What such thing? Please, if you must believe, I had no idea. What could such thing occurred? Or how could, what such thing? Nia. The defendant had been hitting victim. I saw it all happen right before me. I saw a bottle coming down on victim's head. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime. Remember, your first goal is to gather information. Yes, sir. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice.
I see.
And she did say no special rules were used, which is why the small coins are 1K.
Objection!
You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure. It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten.
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court?
Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1K points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. Totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man starts with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips were 7K. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 1. Carry the 5? They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1K and the small are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten. 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Wait, both? Oh, it's like these two? Chip count wrong. The odd thing here is the number of chips. Right, Mr. Gavin? Why are you asking me? Just in case? Justice, it's your case I'm concerned about. If you're wondering about the chips, just look at the photograph. It's all there. Even our judge with his... Wait. What? Wait, I don't understand any of these options. Starting points were wrong. Is this me assuming that the big chips are 1K? Let me just go both were right. I'm not getting dogged. I know what it means. I don't understand these options. If all chips were indeed shown in the photograph, then there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way. Okay, here we go. What? How do you get that? Okay. I'm not gonna question it. But what? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1K points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness! Show me the photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips, then 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7K points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it all by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and the defendant had 4,100 points. Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim, after all. He was winning. Wait, but they went all in though, didn't they?
Wait, since he went all in, he just needed to match his all in, right? I think that's how, like, poker works. Or, like, the standard... Like, he goes all in. He just matches that all in, so he doesn't need to go... Like, Phoenix Wright doesn't go all in himself. He just matches his all in. So he wasn't even in trouble. Even if he lost, or he did lose. So he wasn't even in trouble.
Yeah!
Now, Mr. Orly, you must have known the true values of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you?
Eek.
Damn, she did it again. Order, order. It appears our defendant has lost his motive. True. And Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. Now we must ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness testimony at... Excuse me? What is it, Mr. Orly?
I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see, see what, Mr. Orly? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat.
Oh, I knew it.
Cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing, guys.
Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are.
Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. It's gotta be like, the deck. It was part of a blue deck, but we gotta see the backs. Last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hand, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument, the defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Mr. Orly, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover-up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. I thought he was going to say conversation. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin, what's a full... Dude, Apollo, you're a dumbass.
Lawyers these days, you don't know poker?
I can't say this bodes well for your case. Or career. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice, you know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes?
Yeah, no problem.
2 cards with this dude... Someone gift Apollo, like, Balatro or something. He plays Balatro, he'll understand everything. We all play poker.
You can see each player's hand in this photo.
Wow, they both have full houses.
We forget there's an easy way to make a full house, and go undefeated for 7 years.
They gotta explain it to the few who don't know poker? I know, so sad. How do you not know poker? The defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. He did, yeah. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? The last hand. So I'm gonna assume I pressed through her entire testimony, and then she's gonna have a different photo. She says serious competition, now she says they're cheating. The testimony keeps changing. She says the defendant cheated. Actually, yes, I noticed that. Let's get to the truth. Cheating first, yeah. She's probably gonna present a photo of, like, the card colors. Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? It is quite hard, It is making a pair and a 3 of a kind at the same time.
I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3. Very difficult, but it is not impossible. Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time. There is 4 of each card. Do we really need to press this? This is just explaining poker. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. How was it clear? Well, the defendant, he played a 5th. Fifth ace. How? That's a 2, isn't it? They're all from different suits. King of Hearts, King of Spades, King of Diamonds. Played a 5th ace. A 5th ace. I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand had 3... No, I just looked at it. You fucking liar. It was 3 kings. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's had 2. Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand. Your Honor, perhaps this could be added to the testimony without Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony. Please. I just looked at the photos. I guess we'll press this as well. A 5th ace. It should not exist, no? I still remember both hands very well. And then we talk about this again. Well, where did this card come from then? Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question. Adding cards to a deck is no less serious of a taboo than forging evidence in a court of law. Now, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice. You bet. I have no intention of staying quiet. Not me. No, sir. I'd better find some contradicting evidence fast. Well, we're gonna press the rest of her testimony, though. Next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed.
Hold it!
Do you recall what the men were arguing about? I believe so. The victim, he shouts, "You are cheetah," and then the defendant shouts something like, "I have a objection!" Shouting objection, huh? Old habits are hard to break. First he bluffed his way through the courtroom, now he bluffs his way through life.
Objection!
However, Mr. Wright lost the hand. That seems to cast a shadow of doubt on Mr. Smith. Yeah. Humiliation from losing, even without cheating. That is what set fire to defendant's heart. So what did the flaming defendant do next? He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
Hold it!
By bottle, are you referring to this? The defendant uses this bottle to... This behavior is an admission of cheating by the defendant. But why use a grape juice bottle? You'd be surprised at what can be used as a weapon. This juice is recommended drink of Borscht Bowl Club. This year's vintage is remarkable for its hefty flavor. Hefty enough to brain a grown man, apparently. First she says it was a serious competition, now she says there was cheating. Justice, notice any... Okay. Keeps on changing, yeah. And then we'll go to the fact that that was not his hand. Let's see. 3 aces, yeah. So this was wrong. Oh.
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name... Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. I mean, I guess we'll just point at the 3rd king right here. Fuck. I gotta drag this shit? There we go.
That's so weird.
Take that!
Boom.
Miss Orley, your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating, alright, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces in total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true, I've seen it, the 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've ever seen her all day. You're right to trust her instincts. Mr. Gavin? When you talk about the Great Bottle, the main writer and director Shu Takumi loves drinking wine, especially in work, and you might drink a lot. So they out here in reference, which is funny. Ah, so it's like an inside joke for the devs. That's kind of cool. Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. Agreed. The cards. Mr. Payne? Yes? The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Does he think the cards are marked? Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? Probably the victim's. If these cards don't prove doesn't prove that cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? Probably the victim's hands, right? It was the victim's hands that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well, Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. Received evidence. So then we just look at it, right? Can I turn this? This little fucker. The blue cards were in play. This guy used the red cards. Holy shit. So only his King of Diamonds was legitimate. Holy shit, what a fucking cheater. Yes, sir. Oh, I just... Alright. He was shady after all! He might be called the Slim Shady. Shut up! I already did this. Oh, I guess I gotta drag... Oh. The cards' backs are red. For some reason, I thought that they were using blue cards in the final hand. That's what I thought, too. Didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Huh? Oh, which was it now? Alright, he's playing hard to... How do I... Fuck, do I gotta actually use my keyboard? Shit. Alright, whatever. Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards, the back is a different color. Eh? Ah! That's impossible. But I put that card in right... Wait, is this game autosave? Wait, do I not need to save scum anymore? What was that, Mr. Orley? No, I merely, Your Honor. Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade. Comrade. The dealer. Wait, so you mean... This witness, Miss Orley, she's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. The new trilogy does have autosave. I'd still recommend to manually save because autosave isn't always reliable. Okay. Oh, perfect. Again. Order, order. Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake. How old is Justice? Does it show here? Aww. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard.
That's impossible, but I put that card in Wright's hand. Ergo, Miss Olga Orly conspired to cheat not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Not only she cheat, but she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine altercation between her and the victim.
What?
Wait, you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orly, are you? Time for justice. There were 3 people in that room at the time of the incident. It's like I've said this like 10 times already. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, then that means I am. Wait, I'm guilty. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orly, of murder. Damn. 19 or 20 in this game? I see. Eee! And she's dead. Perfect. Wait, or is that a scam in itself as well? Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orly?
It appears she has lost conscious, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice? Your Honor, it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What?
I did it. I held out. Well, I mean, we still haven't proven Phoenix or anything. I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries. Oh, nice. Oh, what? He's back. Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think, one of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
Well, what are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous.
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know, Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. Oh, so he's gonna have his testimony. I was gonna say, like, we don't really need another, like, we don't need an investigation phase. We just need to hear him out. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before.
The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You used different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red decks for the last game. I see. But that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Whatever, in the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. So what color was Phoenix Wright? We should look at Phoenix Wright's hand as well.
Which means there was cheating.
Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes. Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? So it was the King of Diamonds. Wait, but that's the 1 blue of red. One of longer tutorial cases, actually? Oh, nice. I don't remember if Ace Attorney 3 had a second section, but this one does. So you're here for a bit. Nice. Yeah, I think for the 3rd game, for Ace Attorney, it was just trial. There was 2 witnesses. Yeah, because you first did Phoenix Wright, then Dahlia, then pretty much back to Phoenix Wright. So kind of similar to this, actually. But that's nice. A longer tutorial. I guess for me, like, I know how to play the game. So it's kind of like I just want to get back into it. So actually, I don't mind like a longer tutorial. When was the card swapped? I mean, it had to be when Olga was dealing it. She gave him the hand. When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, During the murder. Oh. Or after the murder. Oh. Wait, hold on. Wait, if we go back to what Olga said, she said that something happened, one guy cheated, and then someone said, "Hey man, you're fucking cheating." And then he does like objection. So obviously we all know Phoenix Wright said objection. I found it odd when I saw it, but I didn't really think much of it. But Phoenix Wright said objection. So obviously it's a counter to something. And so that means Mr. Slim Shady was accusing Phoenix Wright of cheating. And you don't accuse of someone else cheating unless they win. So that means it must have been the cards were swapped after the murder took place, or either during or after the murder took place. So that's the cover-up. So then now we have to figure out... But then we need to know her motive, though. Why would she do it? I mean, like, the only thing missing off him is the locket, right? But the thing is, Phoenix is holding the locket. So... But it's a photo of his daughter. So... Why would... So she dealt the cards. Is it possible that she's working for... I mean, he could have changed the picture. Was the picture in the locket before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder? You make a good point, actually. So then, You would think for something like this, right? Because they're basic Phoenix Wright and Olga, they're basically co-workers, right? He's been doing this shit for 5 years. She's pretty an expert on, like, catching all those bulls, right? So it's safe to say that she's been there for more than 1 week. You would think, like, if there's some sort of cheating going on, it'd be these two working together. Alright, here's a crazy theory. She fucked up. No. No, she didn't fucked up. She did it right. So, because there's a reason why he hasn't lost in 5 years. She keeps dealing him the good cards. And so, she gave him, like, the right cards. And he's like, well, what the fuck? You're cheating. And then And then they start arguing. And then he lunged at Olga. Olga killed him in self-defense. And then all this while Phoenix Wright left to, like, report, like, a murder or something. I don't know. But basically, she killed him because he got angry that she was, like, cheating, basically. And then she didn't want to be thrown to jail. So then she rearranged the crime scene to make it seem like he fucked up. Shady could have paid more, or maybe she had a motive. Yeah, we also don't really know her motive. So I guess she's probably gonna have to re-testify or something. We either need to get another witness, or she has to re-testify so that we know her motive. Because we can't really say that she's guilty until we know her motive. Alright, so the cards were changed after the murder. I think that's safe to say.
Well, yeah. Thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped.
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or might not be.
I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first.
When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? Well, it would have to be after the murder. I just went on like a 10-minute tangent. Watch it just not be after. Perhaps it happened after the murder.
What's that? Ridiculous. What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take it silly over impossible.
it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you would be caught in no time. Yeah, true, because if you're trying to hide your hand, you're gonna see the backs. Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown. After the murder. I actually didn't think about that. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? To cast suspicion on someone else. Ooh, indeed. That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? What? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orly. Okay, so who was it that swaps the red card for a blue? Or someone else. Oh, shit. We'll just go with Olga. There's only 2 people in the room. Why, it must have been Olga who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating. That does make some sense. Sorry, but there's a problem with that explanation. Huh? The swapped cards was from the wrong deck. Yes, a blue card was stuck into a red hand. Mixing a card from the wrong deck when the backs are a different color. Remember that you're talking about Olga Orly. She was the dealer. Do you really think she would make such a novice mistake? So a third guy. Actually, I have trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. Give it a little more thought, Apollo. Right, okay, so then there was someone else. Because they both know, so I guess using that logic, I mean, obviously Phoenix Wright didn't do it, but using that logic, the people in the room know the rules. They know about the card colors, they know about the hands and whatever. So then this very, obvious bad mistake was someone who was not familiar, so it had to be someone else. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orly either. But what are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orly at this point. I kinda did. Yeah, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make that mistake. Yeah, I mean, because you are passing them while the cards are face down, yeah. Making the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all of this is. Fun. How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orly, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. Oh, shit. You're saying this tutorial mission is gonna have more layers? A new direction. We'll find that indeed after the murder. Someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hands, and that someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Number. Right. The person replaced the 5th ace with a king. Wait, what? I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house, so they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. I'm kinda confused there. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night in the scene of the crime. They were probably looking through the window.
What?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials. Ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. And so we have nothing. We're gonna have to do an investigation probably, right? Namely that, at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in the room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well, the trial will resume in 20 minutes. Oh, never mind. But, like, who are we gonna get as another... like, witness, I guess? That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answers to that. Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. So stop butting in. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph. Justice. Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chamber, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket? Here, you can have a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Oh, shit. Let's see this. Who did he bang? I'm just surprised to hear that you have a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Yeah, probably. Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What happened 7 years ago? What I did. He's 33. So when he was 26. I think in the Ace Attorney trilogy, he was like, what, 23? It's not unreasonable for you to think that I might cheat. I never on it, I think so. But it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Now we're halfway there. Nice. Poker. I mean, you just have to be good at bluffing. Ah, I see where he's going. He was really good at bluffing as a defense attorney. As you stall. 7 years ago in the timeline is... oh. So did he lie in the last court case? To cheat. How did he cheat? I mean, using a spirit medium, I guess? Can I just play more to find out? Yeah, I mean, they'll explain it. I'm trying to think. Must have been something small. Must have been a plot hole people were just talking about, like, for 5 years. Like, wait, so, like, how does this work? He cheated. and then they're making it canon, probably. You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like a trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Oh. So I gotta pay attention to animations now? No. Come on, who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But, I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. So he's probably doing it right now. We just have to figure out what his signals are. It's probably more subtle. What's he talking about? But you will, soon. I almost forgot one more thing. About this case, you should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. Makes sense. What? I knew it. Introduce this cool thing you'll see in a bit, but it's awesome. Oh, bet. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And, Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. So this is gonna be like a Magatama equivalent? My, power? Or I just yell, "Justice for all!" I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Alright. To be continued. That's a cool jingle. I like ye. Bang. Turnabout Trump. Yes. 420. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. She's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again.
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Shit. She's back on. Alright, so every time she touches the back of her neck, she's lying. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser.
Not.
Oh. She's not... Oh, what the fuck? She's a pirate.
Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley.
Oh. Oh, really? Oh, she became hot all of a sudden.
Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like "oh really."
Olga Orley. Oh, really? I guess so.
There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied.
Damn, wait, she's hot now.
Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences.
Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best.
Oh, shit. She could be lying. Actually, we don't know her tells yet.
I was planted at the Borscht Bull Club several days prior to the night of the game.
Uh-huh. Well, there goes my theory.
As a waitress.
You know what? I did say, like... It's funny because earlier, I did say, like, the way she catches the stuff with the bowl or something, she's been there for a while. 1 week minimum. Turns out she was there a week. No one gets arrested over perjury in this series, by the way. Oh, really? Okay. So, man, justice for Iris. Is Iris out of jail yet? I want to know. So you're in cahoots with the victim.
Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles, but winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple. Elegant, really, you see? We set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright.
Why does it look like he's jorking him?
He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut.
You swapped the cards!
Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed.
Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on his prior wins.
Oh, that's probably why she had a camera. To, like, capture it. Because I was gonna say, having a camera down at a basement of a poker game is kinda weird.
A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan.
Oh, really, Orley? How droll.
But it appears you made quite the mistake.
A mistake?
I agree the trap was elegant, yet what happened to that planted card? I guess it's not on him, is it? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers Orly. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute. Who wants to be cute? Too bad you're cute. I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. 'Cause I'm bad. I'm bad. You think she listened to Michael Jackson? When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. Do you think you could also say that she was doing like the lolly trap thing? Like a double play on words there? That night I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. Well, he didn't really, like, lose, right? Because, I mean, I guess he lost that hand. I guess it did become the last hand, alright. Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Okay. It wasn't me who hit Smith, it was that no-good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect, if that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking. Well, the testimony for what it's worth is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Alright, so let me skim through this testimony and let's look at her animations, I guess. Looks to the side. Normal. Or at least that looks normal. Stares. And then she touches the back of her head. I see. Alright, well, we'll press everything. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. This planted card, which card was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 hearts, the 5 of hearts. So that was supposed to be in Phoenix's pocket? I don't see anything. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. Yeah, so he would have... No, this is what he has. No, this is what he actually had in his hand. He actually played a full house. But he had the 5 of hearts. Yeah. No, but he didn't switch. At least that's what you were going... Yeah, accuse him. Yeah. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. I see. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht and suckers. Remind me never to go there. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him.
Hold it!
So, everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. The planted card was gone. The trap failed. The card disappeared. Yeah, my trump card. The 5 of hearts. Gone. Wait, she kind of hesitated, I think. Gone without a trace. Poof. Zippo. We searched every nook and cranny. Even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long, storied career. Never has Quickfinger Orly been so readily duped. Oh, really? So what did happen to that 5 hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant?
So the 5 hearts is still missing in action. Wait, I don't have the amulet as my evidence. Okay, now she's kind of lying here. The next moment, Wright picked up the bottle and swung it. Wait, isn't that a little odd? But what's odd? You searched Mr. Wright, barely, and found nothing. Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. True? But, well... Oh yeah, she did the thing. What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? Nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Of course. Miss Orley, you're hiding something. Whoa. What is she holding? Oh, her camera. Well, what are you talking about? Me, Quick Fingers Orley, hide something. So obvious now. The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one request for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. She wasn't even there. With my own eyes. What's this weird vibe? Vibe check? Whoa! The vibes are off in this room. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Notice. Touching her neck, was it? Whoa. Oh, she's really close. Whoa. Sharingan? What's going on? This sensation. It's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Oh, perceive.
Gotcha!
Gotcha? Gotcha, bitch. Well, now what? Miss Orley, perhaps you were unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your test... No, don't reveal your hand, bro. You touch the back of your neck with your left hand. But my neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something, her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. Memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us. Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her of the moment of the crime? Probably the bottle, right? Miss Orley, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason about this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression on you in your neck is probably the bottle. Where's that?
Take that!
Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon. I don't think this is a murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you were the only witness to the crime. Why would that make you, like, basically shiver like you're in pain? Huh. Well, what's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Niet, I am knowing nothing. We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please, now.
Bah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. So she went up with Right.
Hold it!
You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you were going to get out of this witness. So what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. I mean, that's the right answer. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. What's that? Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. She didn't let him out of her sight. Well, it's gotta be the necklace, right? I'm not sure what to present here, though. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. Yeah, I have no idea. But my gut's telling me this.
Take that!
And my gut's wrong. Phone? He had to go to the first floor, didn't he? That's what I was thinking. Different personality, but the same testimony. I believe you have her where you want her. The circumstances have changed, yet her testimony has not. That means there's gotta be a contradiction in there. Quite. That night, I was supposed to, okay, so I went all the way back here. He's the one who didn't. I didn't let him out of my sights until the cops got there. And obviously he had to go to the first... Wait. Did she state that he called the cops?
Hold it!
I kind of assumed, like, we all know that Phoenix called the cops. He must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat... Oh, I read it wrong. Fuck. Because he was the one that called. Okay. I don't know how I missed that. That was so obvious. I didn't really think about it. I thought, because I was thinking like that that they both went up to the first floor together and called. That's what I was thinking. Not that they both stayed down there and then the cops just randomly came in.
Take that!
I don't know how I missed that. Mr. Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of Borscht Bowl Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Oh, she didn't catch the food. The man who picked up the bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Is it confession? Showtime. Or showdown time. You dirty cheat. Check his pockets, now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Just then, Smith grabs the bottle from next to right. And he hit me. You some master of cheating you turned out to be. Ka-chow. So then, when I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. Wait, so she was gone? Or she was unconscious? If it came out I was in leagues with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Shit, so there was another guy. Well, where does this leave us? Madness, this is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with the bottle, and I'm imagining all of this. It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar. What? 3 were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. Wait, hold on, wait. So there's 3 people, so there's 3 down there. 3 alive. So she's claiming that Slim Shady took a bottle, knocked her out. So there's 2.5 people in the room, essentially. Then what? Like, Slim Shady's still alive. And she has a motive. A motive. Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouncement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. But, Mr. Wright, such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the night of the murder. That's what I was thinking. Like, maybe, because there was a window. She got hit, lost conscious, Phoenix went up, and only Shady was left down. Curious situation. Yeah. But the thing is, Phoenix, he only went up to call... Did he call for... What was his wording? He went up to notify the police of a murder, right? Which means that he went up when he died. Or was he lying? Or did he went up to call the police like, yo, I have an unconscious woman here and a crazy guy, help me. He did say he wasn't telling the truth. Huh. Probably the latter, yeah. That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. Yeah, because everyone in the room knew about the swapped cards, so there had to be someone else involved. And the one who swapped the cards didn't know the 2 colors of cards that were being used. A 4th person. This theory again. Your fourth person doesn't exist.
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal. Is he saying that criminal's in the room? And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. Really? Well, what? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Is he accusing Gavin? Sorry. Remember what I said. The fourth person who swaps the cards made one critical error. Didn't know the card backs. Did Gavin know about it? He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? They didn't know about the game being played. The cards used for the last game were red. But there was a blue deck on top, yeah. Yet there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. I mean, I assumed they were blue. Are we talking about Pain? I love this case, man. Dude is playing 4D chess. He is. Bro, I don't even know where he's going. Like, he's basically accusing either Pain or Gavin. And I'm gonna lean towards Gavin because Pain he's just an idiot. And Phoenix didn't want Gavin to defend him, right? He wanted Apollo to do it. But I don't remember Pain's or Gavin's reaction to the cards. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear.
Who is this fourth person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Well, me, obviously. I think all of us did. But who was more... I mean, like... It's a 50-50, at least for me. I actually don't remember. But I mean, I guess... I guess Pain, because he was the one that presented the evidence. Right?
Take that!
Apollo, do you seriously think that? I think I'm seriously confused. I'm seriously sorry. Yeah, so it was Gavin. Yeah. Because I did find it suspicious he didn't want Kristoff to defend him. But I also don't remember his own reaction to the cards on the back. I only remember Pain being like, oh, what? Because he was the one that presented it. Huh? Mr. Gavin? You don't mean... Kristoff Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But, of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look, you can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Did he now? I gotta go back on the VOD. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that a game. In the pure sense, a competition, Your Honor. Oh, and then he made like a crazy metaphor, right? A competition, yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flames, know its final outcome. Wow. Replaying this game in case I can confirm he actually did. Wow. I remember this crazy metaphor. And he said it pretty early. Well, Kristoff? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin! Is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me. It was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Kristoff. You know even I'd never take a joke this far. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? I assure you, I'm quite sane. Technically, you wanted Apollo. But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to do with the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. That is kind of true. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim had never even met. Well, we gotta get Gavin to testify, do we? Well, what if they have? Huh? There is a possibility after all. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? Well, it's related to motive. I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley... Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Oh shit, the judge is on my side. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Yes. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright to testify to the court. To Justice? You would betray me, your teacher. I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. This is about... justice. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand. Please. Shit. Appetite? Wait. Yeah, appetite. Why does it feel like I'm pronouncing it wrong? Appetite before murder. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. Kristoff? That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Huh? Wait, but that's Mr. Smith. Shady... Oh, okay. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. Huh. So he just came out of nowhere. That girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the cops. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Huh. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder? I dine with him rather frequently. And we talked to the defendant on the phone directly... and he... Oh, yeah. He talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I mean, I guess. That call was in the intro you saw for this case. Oh, yeah, huh. I thought I might be in the need of a lawyer, so I called him. He was there. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice. Sir, he's lying, and you're going to expose him. Okay. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright, this can't end well. Well, I mean, like, Mr. Wright's cool, you know. I mean, like, I did spend 100 hours with him. I gotta be... That's my boy. Why can't I have a normal trial? Appetite for... So, I have to find a contradiction in all of this. Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold. Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead. That's when I made another phone call. So... Alright, we'll just press through. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin. Oh wait, we should probably look for his signals soon. It's gonna be very subtle though. Because he's got that poker face. Yes, he dines with me at Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot. So he has like a standard, he has a stare. Usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. I see where Mr. Smith was sitting. So the plate and such on the table were from your dinner. Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Kristoff. He looks to the side. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoff left. After that... Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Hee. Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Kristoff Gavin and Shady Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here, I was all nervous about this meeting, and now we hear that they just passed in the hall?
That does seem a little weak as pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed... Okay, so he kinda smirks. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap... This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned, right?
The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut.
You swapped the cards! Oh! Little smirk again. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. When, though? A quirk. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was a 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might have happened, so I disposed the card before the game. Okay. Disposed. Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice. Wait, there's a lid on this shit. Wait, I swear I saw something earlier where it didn't have a lid. Or like, I feel like I was able to look inside. Why does this shit have a lid all of a sudden? Well, this one doesn't have a lid. Wait, what the fuck? Whatever. I'm just going schizo, I guess. An empty bottle of grape juice. The murder weapon. Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. I see. Wait, so I should probably unlid this. The game will tell you whenever it's time to perceive, by the way. You only do it once in tutorial. Oh. So, he's not gonna do any of that stuff? Well, I would assume that there's still, like, signals or whatever. Can you open it? The colored glass makes it hard to see. Okay, so it'd be hard to see a card in there. A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like a terrific drama. A card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Am I allowed to look now? Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3, approves of this battle of wits. Am I allowed to unlid this now? Fuck you. Please revise your testimony with this new information. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Oh, I thought I clicked press.
Hold it!
Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming. Oh ho ho, so you struck first. I like that. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in the pocket, they don't. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable, so I left to call the police. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So, there in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. They present the bottle as a contradiction because the card ain't in there. Well, he did say... Well, the thing is we don't know if that same bottle was the murder weapon. So... Because there's bottles, right? We don't really know if the... Because I'm assuming he put the card in one of these bottles, because he did it before the game. So was it the same bottle that was brought down? And used here? I think it would... I mean, I said it before, I don't think the bottle was the murder weapon. The bottle does have his fingerprints? Yeah. Why would they be upside down? I guess you would hold it like this, and then you just pop it in, I guess? I mean, you could put a card in like this, or like this. So it could be the same bottle. Oh, yeah. I guess, like... This is the quote-unquote murder weapon, but it was... Yeah. So he probably just popped it in, like... Yeah, I just don't... So this is probably... This has to be the bottle that he put the card in. But I also don't think this is the bottle that was used to kill this guy. I still think the bottle should have shattered. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead.
Hold it!
And when you returned, victim was already... dead, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little. He was bleeding from his forehead after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Why not the police? Well, I guess the police are already coming. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in rather a sticky affair, and I figured Kristoff's law office would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir. I have to think, what's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with his testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. Okay, so the added testimony was... What's this? No. Oops. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. Jason walked in 5 minutes later. I discovered the trap, disposed the card in the bottle. I guess this is where I present the bottle. Knocked out cold, Smith uncontrollable. I returned, yeah. I guess... I mean, it'd be helpful if I could open the bottle. but let's present the bottle. Be like, where the fuck is the card?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely isn't all you have to say for yourself. I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however... Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and a sixth person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. So, what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? It's in his sleeve. In any case, please continue with the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradiction call for decisive evidence. Oh, push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the knockout. Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? Alright. So that didn't give me any progress. But it does suss out Gavin a little bit. Bro wants him dead. A lot of people want Phoenix Wright dead, to be fair. What did I gain from that? The bottle is empty. But the bottle is open, so someone must have pulled it out, right? That's kind of a reach. I'll try it. I'm gonna save scum. My first save scum. Yeah. It's a hard reach. But like, I'm a little stuck.
Objection!
Because the bottle did trigger something. But it got me nowhere. Except for the fact that... Oh, I can't even present people, huh? Or I can't present profiles. Maybe not yet. The girl was knocked out, uncontrollable. When I returned, he was dead. Blood streaming from a cut. Wouldn't I just present the autopsy then? Because... Repress statements? Would there be a new thing? I guess the only relevant would be this, right?
Hold it! Hold it!
Yeah, I remember this bit. Yeah. I think I'm in the right line of thinking. But I'm not really sure how to get to where the game wants me to go, you know what I mean? So it's probably cut. This guy wasn't cut though.
Objection!
Let me see. If there was blood, there should be blood on the bottle.
Objection!
Nope. Girl knocked out. Someone stretched. He says cut on the forehead, but the crime photo... Ooh, wait. That's a good point. So how does he know there was a cut? So he's aware of what the murder weapon is. How's it going? Phoenix, right? He's playing 4D chess. So I guess we would show this then, right?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at this photograph at the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Well, he did say blood streaming down, to be fair. Good point. Wait. But look, this guy's playing 4D chess. He's lying on purpose. Why did he lie? He's not even surprised. He's like, good point. Good, you found my lie. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Oh. Huh. Thoughts on the new kid so far? He reminds me of, like, Naruto in a way. You put the hat on the dead man's head. You wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view, shining bright just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why would you do such a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry, but that's the only thing I touched at this crime scene. So, Miss Orley she was unconscious. It being the victim's, head. So Miss Orley didn't see it, being the victim's head. What did she do after she woke up again? I think not, she was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin, this witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Huh. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. Can we fingerprint the hat? A reason. That reason is right here. On your phone. Oh, there's tape on the back. That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the phone, just in case I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Ooh. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please, the cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Bone china plate. What does pate even mean? Plate? Oh, you misinterpreted it as plate. Should I look up pate meaning? Culinary. Pate? Oh. This one's specifically. Oh. This is an older human's term for the top of a person's head. Oh. I see. Probably a typo, but yeah, plate, meaning bald. He probably heard it as, because he also doesn't know what pate means. So he thought like, pate, you mean plate? A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club. Most certainly. Then how did he know? Did he see this bone china pate? Oh, that's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Oh. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene, and when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Ooh. He probably wanted Apollo to be his defense attorney, so then he can get Gavin as a witness. He knew something was up? Yeah, dude, this guy, he's a fucking genius. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright? Order. I will have order. Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony? Ooh. Well, as the prosecutor, Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be the final recess for the day. Ooh. 4:20. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Oh shit, wait, that's his daughter. Wait. Huh, what? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. What's all this? Is this one? It's gonna be a 5 of hearts. Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card. The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. There's blood on the ace of spades. That must be the extra card. This is why it's called Turnabout Trump. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. So this was probably the ace that got pulled out. It is true, I've seen it, the 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card, now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands, I know you can do it. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth. That girl. I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. grew up fast, actually. She looks like she's like 12. Bloody ace. 420. And then it should be a red back, right? Yeah. So then the card got swapped because he was like, oh no, oh fuck, oh shit. Let me change out the card because there's blood. And then, I mean, he probably just randomly put a king, right? He's probably a smart guy. He probably did pick the king of diamonds or whatever it was, to swap it out, but he wasn't aware of the... But he probably didn't look at the other cards. He just saw, like, the deck. Let me see. He probably only saw this, and he was like, oh, it's blues or something. Because I mean, there's a bunch of cards on the floor. Safe to assume. Wait, no, they used red for the last game. So it's probably red cards on the floor. And then he just went through the blue deck that was shown, looked for a king, and then just put it there. And swapped out the bloodied card. Because he's like, oh fuck. Real talk is how he did it. Definitely not a bottle, I can tell you that. I've been saying that this entire time. But a single blow to the forehead. It'd be funny if it was a paper cut. Let me see. Single drop of blood. And we don't really have a motive either. Why did he want this guy dead? How did he kill him? Questions, questions, questions. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, the witness state his name and occupation.
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have made an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Oh, he's just next to me now. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright, what do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking off except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was laying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin, I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Poor Payne. I mean, like, he's a terrible guy, but he's just like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright.
Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? Ooh. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through that little window in the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead as he appeared in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So you witnessed the murder? For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are Mr. Gavin. And you had to just testify as just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright, so now he's involved. You had to say that, because that was the only probable window of opportunity, right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? I can't believe he's like, Phoenix Wright, shut up. But you can stay there, though. Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. So he did talk to him.
Hold it!
That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers, his aura, shall we say. He was look-maxing the entire night. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So then, you knew the true nature of your client's job?
Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? I went down to the basement and peeked through the little window in the hideout. The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The black marketers used it, I believe. Ugh. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier just to open the door and go into the room? Good point. I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. It must have been right after the murder took place. How did you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. There he is. The coolest defense in the West. We know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? The victim was dead as he appeared in the photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene. Did he say he saw Phoenix Wright? Because the timeline isn't matching. The only time this guy was bald was when Phoenix Wright wasn't in the room. Right? Because the killer, which was Gavin, he went in, took off the hat, bonked him, and then left. And Phoenix Wright came in and was like, what the fuck? And then he put the hat back on. So the only time he saw the bald, assuming it was this photo, crime number 2,
was when Phoenix Wright wasn't there. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene. Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead, and then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. There we go. There's the contradiction. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime. Yes, as far as I saw, at least.
Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? Well, why didn't you talk to the police?
2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul.
But that goes against what Mr. Wright said.
Ah, yes, this mysterious 4th person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose? Let's see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand to hide the blood? Well, why would you need to hide the blood, actually? Did we do a DNA test? We need to do a DNA test. We don't know whose blood this is, actually. It's kind of hard to believe that this guy, Mr. Slim Shady, just like accepted a blow to the head. Especially when... Nah, he was waiting. Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. How can I show something I can't find? Wait, what was it? Oh yeah, the real reason, yeah. Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right. I have it. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason? Let's not do it yet. I want to go through the entire thing. No, not yet, Your Honor.
Not yet? Ha! Pathetic. Not yet. Try not ever.
Well, Mr. Gavin? Oh, I'm willing to wait for as long as it takes. Great, I don't even know what the heck I'm looking for. Apollo.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget, you already know the answer. You just don't I do know. I know I have the answer. I want to go through the rest. Might have been attacked by surprise. Unless he got shot, but I mean, caused by a single blow to the forehead. I mean, Phoenix, he would have heard a gunshot if that was the case. If not, I mean, like, I'm assuming it's a melee weapon. It's kind of hard to surprise attack someone when you're right in front of them. You know what I mean? I sensed that was not the best place for me at the time, so I left.
Hold it!
Wouldn't it have been better to wait for the police to arrive? Remember though, by that time I was already Wright's defense attorney. It wouldn't do for me to become part of the investigation. That makes sense, or does it? I'm confused. Well, what happened next? The timeline still isn't matching, actually. That's when the call came from Wright. Yeah, he's not Wright's attorney yet.
Hold it!
Until, like, now. Where were you when the phone call came? I had already left the Borscht Bowl Club by that time. On the phone, he asked me to defend him. Naturally, I was surprised. I accepted, however, I couldn't abandon him. So kind of you. So far, everything jives with Mr. Wright. Not really, I think. Is it going to be a problem for you to cross-examine your own boss? I'm fine. Who was it that taught me to never pull punches in cross-examinations? It was you, Mr. Gavin. I learned it from watching you. Alright, now we go back. Which was here.
Hold it! Objection!
What possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show us a reason.
It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing that the reason why a card was swapped out. Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace?
Take that!
My reason is, this. Is that an ace? Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade. What? Ooh, he's got a little twitch.
This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be the missing 5th ace? Inconceivable. How could you... What are you doing with that card?
Well, that's the thing.
Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? Oh, it's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. Huh. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade after all.
Objection!
No, impossible, unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think that the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. Allow me to elaborate. I don't know, somebody's saying. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime? Wait, where did he pick it up, actually? Where are you going with this? Because it would have Gavin's blood on it. That would be why you would take it off. Take another look at the photo and the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell on the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood fallen on one of the cards? I suppose the killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
What? But why would he hide the blood? It's not even his blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years you used to be a lawyer, you know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken the card from the crime scene. And now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless.
Objection!
Oh, he did the thing. Oh, I assure you it's quite based. Yeah, he's based. What? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. Okay. Oh shit, whoa. That was kind of trippy. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped the card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with the scene. Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram... Wait, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? So this is Phoenix. This is Olga. Would that mean...
the blood spawned on the card. I don't know. Whose position doesn't fit? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? Alright, so let me think this. That ace of spades was played by the victim because the waitress and Slim Shady was trying to dupe Phoenix. So then the ace of spades has been there the entire time, up until the killer came in and swaps that card out. Meaning that when oh, I see. This is referring to when... No. Because this setup is basically what... this is based off of... I said this before. This is based off of Gavin's testimony. When he's saying, like, he looked in, and then he saw... I mean, I'm assuming this is when the guy's dead. And she's here unconscious. And then he saw Phoenix right with the bottle, right? And so... But the thing is, this happened when Phoenix wasn't here. Because when Phoenix left, or like Phoenix shouldn't be here. My gut feeling was thinking of Gavin, but thinking it through, I think it's supposed to be Phoenix.
Take that!
Okay, that might be wrong. You think. Mr. Justice, your job here is not to think, but to know. Just looking at you reminds me of the old days. Not the good old days, per se. How does a good penalty... Okay. Let's try that one more time. And Mr. Justice, think before you sink. Given that there was... blood... Whose position in the diagram doesn't fit? Okay, well then let's just follow my gut. Holy fuck.
Take that!
The second witness position is the problem. The second witness. That would be Mr. Gavin, yes? The second witness position is far less problematic than yours right now, Justice. Or perhaps perilous is the better word. I cannot see what the blood-stained card has to do with the second witness's location. He should be in the room. I'm afraid you're in... Okay. Your Honor, one more thing. Was it the quick save? The victim placed it wrong because the card was on the table and he got hit, and the blood would hit the ground. Where else would he be then? The victim's place is wrong because the card was on the table, got hit, and the blood would hit the ground, not on the table. So then where the fuck would he be then? Oh, I see. Because, yeah, Phoenix did say that it was rolling off the top of his head and onto the ground. Which means that the card would have had to be on the ground. But it wasn't the ground, it was the card being played. So... Okay, so I know what I have to present, but what does that mean? It would make sense if he was 180 degrees. I guess it is a spin chair. So why would he look... Are you telling me Gavin, like, jumps through the window? Went up from behind? Wait. Turned him around, bonked him, and then turned him back around? Might as well try it. No, it makes sense. Like, I understand, like, it's, the victim's position is wrong. I understand that. But I'm just trying to think, like after that, like, what does that mean, though? Because that is a contradiction, like, because it's a played card, but the blood's rolling off the back of his head. It should be on a card on the floor or on the chair, but it's not. But, like... he got turned around, I guess? He jumped in, turned him around, bonked him, turned him back around. And then it was like, oh, fuck, oh, shit! Who knows? I don't think that window can fit him. If he uses a little bit of magic, he can. Oh.
Take that!
What the hell just happened? Are you serious? I got fucked. Come on.
Take that!
Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in this chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Ah, take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood will fall onto the floor, not on the card. Why, that's right. So, what does that mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Yeah, I noticed that just now. Swivel chairs. Oh, man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. How would I turn it? Point out? He was in the room the entire time? The chair was facing the other way. Because I was thinking, like, how would... Like, because the timelines weren't making sense. Because I was like, at some point, Phoenix should have saw Gavin. Right? But that's not the case. Like, especially with Gavin's testimony. Like, basically, it should have been, like, they should have pretty much seen each other, but they didn't. Or, like, it was, like, very, like, oh, he just left as he went up the... Like, it was a little too convenient. The chair was facing the other way. Was I supposed to be aware of this closet behind him? It's kind of a clear closet. It would have to be. Well, the room is full of secrets, I guess, to be fair. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? Back towards the table. When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Let's look at the diagram once more. We now know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. For what reason? But this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? I don't have that much HP. Whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? I guess it would be... him, because he never saw the guy look away. Because he never saw him look away.
Take that!
The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed.
Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the... wait, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is. I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Like, why would he just turn around?
Yes, but what you're making makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Paulo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting, as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking on the diagram. But there's no room to put a marker where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim? Inside the closet, but it's kind of a glass closet.
Take that!
The killer had to be standing, well, here.
You get points for flair, but that's about all you get.
I thought I was onto something there, too.
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha!
It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this about? The room was full of secrets. I mean, that's the only explanation, right? But you work there, don't you know about it? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have Gumshoe on the case. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes. I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. What even is that? Let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at this time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. I guess I just point it out. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, now the window's covered. Now everything is in place to reconstruct, and then that's another problem. And if... it's a domino effect, I see. What's this? What is now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Oh dang. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradiction. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, or the second witness? Oh, jump scare in Persona 6? No, it's not gonna happen.
Take that!
About this cupboard, are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Wait, did I click on the right thing? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah, that's right, someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What? What did you say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order. This is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind the cupboard. What? Ah, yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying about that, now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal going-ons. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops. And enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card. For the last hand. God damn, it has just caused like a whole domino of effects. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked, and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith, a date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. What? Why did you do that? Wait, here, I'll get help. Wait. Mr. Olga was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. Oh, I see. Yeah, so that's when Slim Shady hit Olga, and she passed out. And this is... And Phoenix is like, why'd you do that? I'm gonna get to the hospital. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding around. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, and realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. But I wonder why he did it, though. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne! Yes, Your Honor? The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant here, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. What? Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Ooh. Oh? No need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. Is he gonna confess? It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Technically, it's Apollo. Illegal evidence.
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, well, it is relevant to the case. Is there still any reason, at present, to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this bottle, for instance. There's many bottles. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How would you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints.
Am I right, Mr. Payne? Can we search all bottles and see if there's a 5 of hearts?
Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case demand an explanation. I can think of one reason why he would hold a bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? I see how the... Well, wouldn't it have the other fingerprints as well? How the caught... I see how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo?
Yes?
Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still, but I'm sure you can come with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah, just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down, other than to... Nope. Don't let him trick into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. Well, the stuff the card in, right? Oops. Unless I'm allowed to open the bottle now. That'd be kind of cool. I guess not. How about you just say the answer in plain words? It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Gavin said that the court, in this case, demanded an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence... Only get 2 shots at this. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? Can I present the 5 of hearts? I mean, can I just present the bottle itself? Really? Come on. Wait, let me save, let me save. What do they expect? I have no idea how to explain it. You're thinking too hard. The answer's right in front of you. Just reach down and pick it up. Or try picturing situations where you might grab a bottle upside down. Okay, let me think. Why would I grab a bottle upside down? Maybe the bottle's already upside down? To drink? No. If I'm holding a bottle upside down, am I cleaning it? Am I pouring the liquids out? Look at the pictures. It'd be funny if he was pouring it on his head. Wait, is it even the same bottle? Wait, it's missing the logo. I don't know if that contradicts his statement, though. Just reach down and pick it up. Oh, it's literally this. Because he reaches down and picks it up. It's gotta be. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yes, now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair.
See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Yeah. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor on his side on the piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed, but then you must have remembered, so you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano, and you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like it was the murder weapon. Order, order, order. What do you have to say to those charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof? Well, we could probably search the bottles right now, and then find if there's a 5 of hearts. Probably. Proof? Well, that's as I thought, more baseless conjecture. Wait. So the bottle I have is a 5 of hearts. I'm afraid your bottle is proof. Proof is quite empty. Oh, never mind.
Objection!
Well, the lid is on. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Oh, yeah, true. Ah, yes, I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What are you going to do? Dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if wait, what? I would be surprised if any were on that butt hit. Wait, I would be surprised if any fingerprints were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, but that bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes, why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright? That bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. It's vintage what? I see something in there. Hold on. This is kind of tricky for me. But what does this mean? Whose fingerprints is on this bottle, actually? Because wouldn't that mean this card should be in the bottle that I have? Right? But it's not, so whose fingerprints are on this bottle? What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga Orley? Yes, our little swindling Devochka. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to, and Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was a 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of that card. Before the game. Disposed. Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. So we probably gotta either fingerprint check that card or the bottle. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. The crab, not the crab! Gulp. Gulp. That is all. Damn. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little what? Right.
This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone?
You're just along for the ride. I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted to everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. True, we never really got a motive. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession, to be sure, and that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. I'm impressed. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice could be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice, which would be Apollo. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system, a twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. What does that mean? Crazy case to start the game with? Yeah, that was really good, actually. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright, our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, I'm looking forward to it. Oh, so is this simply like, I will be your new teacher? Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Nice. Yippee! I mean, I still feel like there was some unanswered questions, but we got it. We got it done. I'm gonna assume this isn't gonna be the last time we see Gavin. I mean, cause like motive was unclear. I don't think they really even like fully committed to like the swap. Either like I missed something out, or like I feel like there was one extra step they needed to explain with the card swap. Cause like I was kind of assuming like they would need to like fingerprint something for like confirm, but they didn't really like confirm that what do you call it? That it's not really called a guess, but I can't think of the word. But they like there's no confirmation of that guess. He was just like okay, you got me. So gotta play more of the game to find out. Yeah, I mean this won't be the last time we see him. Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. That is true. He did take over, but I mean, to be expected. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity. Sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Oh yeah, the perceive. What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer, right. Today was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. True. I mean, Mr. Smith was wearing it. Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture was in your locket. Who's the mother? Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died, but it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong... Huh? Wait, but that's perjury. You testified. You said that locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then... why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? He's wearing a papa hat. Huh. Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of the job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo? Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that it to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes, but I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago, that legendary trial, and at the middle of it, all was one man, Phoenix Wright. It's gotta be with Maya Fey. The case reached its sad conclusion and he left law for good. Oh, never mind, different case. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial, there was a single piece of forged evidence? It's gotta be the bottle, right? No, it would have to be something that he presented. It would have to be his phone. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. Bloody ace? I mean, I guess we didn't even DNA test it. There wasn't really a testimony for this piece of evidence, too. At least there was a testimony for that, I guess. But this one it just kind of like spawned in, and then it like went away. I guess so. So this was forged? Take that! You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. That's what I was thinking. It should be on Gavin himself. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left, leaving the wrong card in its place. That's why he made a big fuss about it. I thought he was just trying to deny it, but no, it's actually... Well, I guess him knowing that it's a fraud kind of makes it like a self-report. I guess it's a... He's just screwed either way. Even if it was... I mean, it is a fraud, but because he knows it's a fraud, it's like, well, what the fuck? You know something. A fraud, how could you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime. Yeah. Yeah. So that's basically what happened. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Ed, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. who's calling themselves he's not an attorney. So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much, does it? He forged evidence 7 years ago.
But I mean, justice has been served, I guess, right? I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office is address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. Man, old man. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved, true. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. Damn. That's a good start, I cannot lie. Nice! Nice! Yeah, let's take a break there. Let's save it for tomorrow. That was pretty good. Easily the best tutorial case in the series? Yeah, so far, that's probably the best one. Like, especially, like, it just had, like, that extra layer. It's like, oh, shit, there's something else going on. And yeah, the twist is, like, I guess your mentor being the one that actually did the deed and all that. Like, holy fuck. Let's see. I do think the end of it was a little rushed, I think. At least pacing-wise. Why does it look like him? Wait, what the fuck? Is he a prosecutor now? I do think the ending of it was a little rushed, I think. But, I mean, obviously, like, it didn't really need to, close all threads. Obviously, there's, like, okay, there's gonna be more after. Or it'll be explained in, like, later or whatever. But yeah. I also think it's kind of cool that, like, at first it was pretty much, like, Gavin was like, okay, Apollo, do your thing or whatever. And then, as, like, more of it was being revealed, Gavin got more stern, he got a little bit more angry. And then when the tables were flipped, and then Phoenix Wright was next to Apollo, Phoenix Wright was taking over. And then Apollo's like, what the fuck is going on? So I think, like, in that case, like, even though, like, it is Apollo Justice, it's Apollo's game, I think it was cool to see, like, pretty much just Phoenix, like, actually just take over. Especially, like, it makes sense. A new guy's like, what? Like, he's just like, what the fuck is going on? I thought that was kind of cool. And then also Pain was just like, it was also just like, both Apollo and Pain was just like, what the fuck is going on? I thought it was just like a simple case. Morto, that's all I'm gonna say, yeah. But yeah, I'm happy that they also brought back the being able to examine the evidence in like a 3D model or whatever, because I liked that in the MS Sky case. And I was kind of sad that it wasn't in like the other games, but now it's back, so that's cool. I mean, I guess they could still introduce it later, but hopefully you can be able to present profiles, because that was also nice. But yeah, that was a really good tutorial though. I like it. I like it. Profiles are 2 and 3, sadly. But I wonder why. I don't know why it was removed. Yeah, why would they remove it? I feel like it's just like, after they added it in the second game, it feels like, okay, this is like a core feature of the series, you know? And I actually like that they added it too. And it was in the MS Sky case, I think. So it was the second game. So that was nice. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe, I guess they thought it might be too much.
for noobs, I think. Maybe that's why. It might be too much. I agree, yeah. Cause like, I guess like, well, let me think. When was this game come out? Cause maybe like Apollo Justice was like a decent amount of people's first game. Apollo Justice, I can't spell. Release day. Okay, that's the trilogy. 2007. And didn't the third game come out like 2006? Oh, I don't know what they're doing then. Okay, well then I don't know. I don't know why they got rid of it then. Third game was 2004? Oh. 3-year difference. Is 3-year difference a long enough to make them think, you know what, we gotta like numb it down a little bit, so then we need to get noobs. Original trilogy was also GBA, 4 was a DS game. Ooh. Okay, that might be it then. New console, new audience. Yeah, that might, maybe it was just a little too complex to start off with. MS Sky was also not on GBA, it was a DS version. Yeah, cause it was basically a DLC, right? So that was like later on. Wait, so MS Sky was made after the third game, right? Or was it after? Yes, after the third game, okay. And then I'm assuming before Apollo. Okay. And you were able to present profiles, I think. Where's my VOD? Emma Sky. Probably this one. Oh, wrong one. This one. Am I not in the courthouse? Rise from Ashes? Yeah. Or I'm looking through my VOD. Oh, I guess you can't. But you know, they were probably staying true with the first game where you can't present profiles. Because it was part of the first game. Huh. Yeah, the only explanation I can think of is that they didn't want to, make it too complicated for, like, new players. Five and 6 don't have it? Oh. It doesn't have it? Too many people complained? What? I actually liked it. Where they're like, especially when it's like, alright, then tell us who do you think the killer is. Rather than having it as a multiple choice between, like, 3 guys, then it's like, okay, out of, like, all, like, these 10 people involved in the entire case, tell me who it is. I think, like, that way is better. Or cooler, I think. But, I don't know. Either way, it is what it is. I mean, it's just now, I mean, it's a small feature that's just been reduced down to, like, a 3 multiple choice thing, so I mean, like, I guess at that point, you kind of know, if you've been following the line of reasoning, you've already reduced it down to at least 3 people. If you can't at least reduce it down by 3 people out of, like, the whole cast, then I guess you're just dumb, I guess. Main writer left, writing Ace Attorney after this game. New guys took over after 4. I see. Does the overall plot line, so you know how, like, in 2 and 3, it has, like, the Faye family plot line pretty much throughout those 2 games. is that the case as well with this entire trilogy, where it's from, I guess, from 4 to 6, there's like somewhat of a plot line? Went on to make Ghost Trick. Ghost Trick. Oh shit, what is this? I don't even know what I'm looking at. I don't even know what I'm looking at. It looks like a... Wait, part of Ace Attorney franchise? 5 and 6 don't focus on Apollo. Ghost Trick is on Steam, made by the same guy and has the same vibe. Puzzle game, I see. Okay. So I guess, like, so 4 is a bit self-contained. And 5 and 6 is kinda like, follows, like, at least a thread of something. Alright. That's cool. Alright. Well, I'm a bit hungry. I woke up, no breakfast, essentially. I yapped basically for 4 hours straight. I'm hungry. I will continue again tomorrow. Alright, I appreciate you guys for watching. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Peace!